Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, my hair does look a lot curlier than I thought. This side not so much, but this side is definitely doing something. I used a heatless curler thing yesterday after I washed my hair, and it's looking okay. I don't even mind that this side's not necessarily as nicely curled, because this side looks real good. Anyway, I'm still in PJs because it's my day off today. I have President's Day off. One hair that wants to be goofy. So yeah, I'm home all day, and so we're gonna do sprints. I'm super excited. So I feel so much better than I did on Saturday. I feel raring to go. I've been up since about 9:45-ish, and I have gotten all my homework done that I already needed to get done today. And I have started editing, and I'm over halfway done editing my vlog, which will be going up. I'll be posting it and scheduling it for tomorrow, but if you're on my Patreon, you guys are going to be able to see it today. So if you want to be able to get that exclusive early access content, make sure to go check out my Patreon. But yeah, so I'm super happy today. I'm in a good mood. I feel great. I've had a good cup of coffee. I think I'm going to go make a second cup because I am freezing and would like something warm right now. So what I am working on today, we are going to be continuing with Witchcraft for Wayward Girls. I am currently planning, I don't have anything else that I'm going to do because I can't edit my video while I'm streaming. My computer can't handle it. So I'm going to try and finish this today. I'm currently on page 199. So I am a little less than halfway done with it, but this is a pretty fast book to fly through, so I think I should be good to finish it today. I think it's possible. Now, as far as how long we're going today, I don't really know. It just depends on how I feel, naturally. But I am planning on doing our full normal gambit of a 45, a 60, a 75, and a 90. I think we can do it. I think it's possible. So, with that said, hope you guys are doing great. Hope you had a good, restful weekend. I had a 5-day weekend this weekend because we had a snow day on Thursday, and then I had Friday and today off. And so I don't know. The weather says it's supposed to be really cold tomorrow, so I don't know if we're going to have school tomorrow, or if we're going to go, like if they're going to just tell everybody to go, because as it stands now, it's looking like a low of -2 early in the morning with a possible wind chill bringing it down to -8. So I don't know. We'll see. At the very least, it's going to be a high of 13 later in the day, so we very likely will have inside recess. Well, probably not. We probably will go outside at least at some point, because unless it gets below 0 degrees, we go outside. But I don't know. We shall see. I guess I'll find out later today whether or not I'm going to be at work tomorrow. But it is what it is. And this week we have early release on Wednesday. So Wednesday we'll also be doing sprints at about 2:30. So we'll do all that stuff. Yeah, that's basically it for right now. So let me know what you guys are going to be working on as you come in. Let me know what we're going to be doing. And otherwise, let's go ahead and get into our first sprint. We'll do a nice 45-minute sprint to get us started. And I'm going to go make my second cup of coffee and get started on my book. So let's get going. All right, 45 minutes, guys. Hope you have a good sprint, and I will see you in 45. Let's go. Hello, welcome back. Okay, so I actually just finished a chapter like right before that timer stopped. I'm currently on page 251, so I got through 51 pages. There was a whole scene in this that was very disturbing. Well, not disturbing per se, but like there was a part where it was like blood and stuff happening, and I was just like, no thank you. This is okay. Like, okay, so I know Grady Hendrix is not for everybody. The writing is not necessarily absolutely fantastic, but I am eating through the book pretty quickly, and I do like some of the elements about witchcraft that they talk about in this. Other things I'm kind of like, not so much, because it's not what I would say is like very, I don't know if positive is the right word, but like very, like there's some things that he definitely writes that make sense and that I think help put witchcraft in like a better light. And there's some things where it doesn't. But every person's practice is also very different compared to like you compared to another witch, like your practices are going to be different. So it's interesting kind of trying to like distance myself from it, but then also see from like my perspective how I think that it's being portrayed. It's very odd. Very, very odd. So, but anyway, doing great with it so far. I should be about halfway done. I was at like 40%, 41%, I think, when I started it, and I should be closing in on like 50%. But how are you guys? What are you working on? What are you doing? What do we got planned for President's Day? Because I know a lot of people have the day off from like work and stuff. I thankfully have a paid holiday today, so that's awesome. Let me see. This book is 477 pages. So I've got a little over 220 pages left. I think I could get that done in a day. I think I could get that done today, no problem. That should be totally fine. Hello, Donna. New to your live. Oh, welcome. Thank you so much for joining. 3 books you're going to be reading. Oh my goodness, what are you reading? What are you working on? Thank you so much for joining me today. Celebrating Family Day today here in Canada. Well, happy Family Day. What do you guys do to celebrate that? Is it like usually like a big like celebration? Like obviously you probably get family together and stuff like that. But what do you guys do during Family Day? Like what do you typically like? Is there like, I don't even know, like I wouldn't say like any meals or anything that would be necessarily associated with it. Red Rising, Hunted, and the Starless Sea, which I'm annotating. Oh, Red Rising is so good. I've yet to read the Starless Sea, and I don't believe I've read Hunted. But Red Rising is so good. I love that series so much. It's like probably one of my favorite sci-fi series, to be completely honest. I am working on Witchcraft for Wayward Girls by Grady Hendrix. I'm hoping to finish it today, and then I think if I have time before the end of the night, I'm going to read North is the Night by Emily Rath. So, I would like to at least get started with that one today, if I can. But, mostly for the people who don't hang out with their families, as I spend time with my family 24/7, tend to watch movies and hang out. Oh, well, that's cool. That's really cool that you guys have a holiday that is, dedicated to just like spending time with family. Like I spend quite a bit of time with my family. Like I FaceTime my mom like almost every day. And then like we try to see each other almost every weekend. I know, isn't that cover stunning? Like it's so pretty. And then these are the end pages, which are like branches covered in snow. And then there's this. Like, truth be told, this was a cover buy for me initially. And then I found out that it was I thought at first it was like Native American indigenous, but this is apparently Finnish inspired. Like Finnish indigenous like inspired. So that's like super interesting. I've yet to read something in that part of the world, so I'm very excited to be able to get to that one. And it sounds like it's going to be a good read. Let me look at the synopsis again. So, a death goddess attacks their village. Best friends Siri and Aina prove helpless to stop her from dragging Aina to Tuonela, the mythical underworld. So, like, we're talking, like, Finnish myth here, which is super cool. And, it just sounds awesome. Like, a death goddess, a witch queen, a god of death, an underworld, like, it's kind of almost even got, like, an Orpheus and Eurydice vibe, with somebody having to go into the underworld to save, I do for my patrons, and I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with that. I think it's either going to be Blood Over Brighthaven, or maybe that one. But I did talk a lot about Blood Over Brighthaven in my vlog that I'm editing from last week. So, I don't know if I want to do that for Patreon. I wonder if I should do a different book. But I've got a lot that I could do. Like, I could do North of the Night. I have The Spear Cuts Through Water, Butcher and Blackbird, The Kiss Countdown, Cackle, Brutal Prince, Happy People Are Annoying, Grey Vampire, To Shape a Dragon's Breath, You Made a Fool of Death with Your Beauty. I could do any of those. I wouldn't do Monstrous, and I wouldn't do my Robin Hobb book for this month, because I'm going to have the live show for those in March. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But, alright, so, Love Butcher and Blackbird. I made a video on it. Oh, very nice. I've heard really good things about it. I have heard very good things about the series. I just got Scythe and Sparrow yesterday. So, I have the whole series. I got the whole series because I feel like I'm going to really like it. I mean, I'm kind of, like, getting into the dark serial killer romances kind of thing, which is interesting. I never thought I would get involved in that, but I'm also a true crime girly. So, I think it's going to be fine. Anyway, so I think we're going to go ahead and get started on our next sprint. We're going to do an hour sprint this time. And, yeah, I'm going to continue reading this. I think I'm going to go make myself something to eat, too. To eat real quick. Book 2 is not as good, so I'm hoping book 3 is better. Oh, okay. Like, how much worse are we talking? Are we talking, like, you know, a star rating worse, or are we talking, like, absolute garbage? Like, what are we talking about in terms of, like, the step down from it? Are we talking, like, it was not really as good? Or are we talking, like, book 2 was complete garbage? Because that's concerning. That is very, very concerning if that's the case. But yeah, we'll do an hour. I'm going to go make something to eat. And then continue with Witchcraft for Wayward Girls. Oh my gosh. 2.5 for Leather and Lark after a 5-star? Yikes. Big yikes. Oy, oy, oy. Okay. So definitely suffers from second book syndrome, like, badly. Oof. Okay, well, thank you for the warning, because now I can manage my expectations. Alright, let's go ahead and get started. Oh, I forgot to reset my timer. Hold on. Hold, please. Easy fix. I'm going to do 60 minutes. Alright, so I will see you guys in an hour. Happy reading, happy work, whatever it is that you're doing, and I'll see you in an hour. Hello. Hi, Kay. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining. Yes, thank you for all of the reminders. Appreciate it. Hey, Lily. So I'm reading Witchcraft for Wayward Girls by Grady Hendrix, and I just got to, like, there was a scene that involved something kind of nasty, and I'm just like, ooh, no thank you, no thank you, no thank you, no thank you. Ooh, yeesh. Just, yikes. Still trying to finish Once in a Blue Moon by Mika Rossi. Nice. No worries, Donna. We'll be here for a while. Yeah, so this is... Okay, so the rituals that go on in this, I don't necessarily think would go 100% this way, especially if you are a traditional witch. The ritual aspect, though, like the rending of the veil and calling out the, you know, the different gods that ascribe to the different cardinal points, definitely hits kind of those things that a lot of traditional witches will do when doing rituals. But there's certain things that I'm like, I don't know necessarily if it would go that far. Like dismemberment kinds of things. Blood can sometimes be used, depending on the kind of spell you're doing, and especially if you are more of a baneful witch, you can use blood. Or if you want to do things that are like binding to you in particular. I am not someone that does that. I do not use that in my practice. Yeah, it's okay. It's pretty all right. I am a witch as well, Lily. I have been practicing for about 4 or 5 years, and my practice mainly focuses on tarot divination, and I do a lot of work with herbs. I had a candle business and stuff going for a while that I closed down because I just don't have enough. So I don't have like enough orders coming in on a regular basis for me to continue with it. And the materials can be pretty costly, and I just don't have the money to be able to do that. So I mostly do like divination work, and I commune with my spirit team, my ancestors, things like that, with a lot of my spell work. And a lot of what I do is very much intentional to be more positive and be more healing. I'm not someone that is looking to be baneful in any way, because I don't necessarily think that that is good for me personally. I am a believer in the idea that intention is important, and that you put out the energy that you then can bring back in. So I am someone, and I know that not everybody feels that way, and that is totally up to you how you do that. But I am someone that is more focused on doing healing things and promoting positive things with my practice than doing more baneful magic kind of thing. But if you do baneful magic, by all means, like, have fun. Like, that's your thing. That's what you do. I'm not going to tell you not to do it, because it's not my business. I work with a lot with essential oils and crystal work. Yes, I do that too. I do a lot of stuff with crystals. I do a lot of stuff with essential oils. And I do like a lot of different stuff with like creating items that have magical properties. And I use those as like gifts for people. Like, hey, if you like, I have a friend who wanted me to make her a couple candles with the leftover product and stuff that I had, and so I made a few candles for them with like herbs and essential oils and stuff like that. So yeah, I do that, and I have like little wax melts and stuff too. So I had some for like attraction, prosperity, healing, self-love, protection, stuff like that. So that's kind of what I did. Yeah, that's what I did for a while, was had like my little candle business and stuff going on. But like I said, I also do a lot of tarot readings, and if you're a part of my Patreon, the highest tier, I believe it is, gets a quarterly tarot read. So in April, they'll be getting their second tarot read of 2025. So if you're interested in getting that from me, sorry for the clap. If you're interested in that, do be sure to go check out my Patreon. I'm kind of talking about it a lot today. I don't know why. But yeah, there's that. And then what else do I do in my practice? I don't know. I'm learning a lot more about my native roots because my grandmother, her side of the family is native. And so I've been trying to learn little things here and there that my ancestors used to do so that I can try to incorporate them in my practice. But I'm also trying to not be appropriative of it because while I may have native roots, I am more so white, and so I don't want to be culturally appropriative. And like I don't use white sage. I don't use it. It's not something that, for one, I can't really burn that kind of stuff in my house. And two, I find that it's very hard to find ethically sourced white sage, so I don't use it. I will use Palo Santo instead when I have to use it. But then I have like, I work with some deities and they have different things that they would prefer because they are like my higher priority. You grew up on a reservation, Lily? That's amazing. I mean, like, that, I wish I had stronger ties to my native roots. Unfortunately, my grandmother was not given that opportunity. She did not have the ability to be very connected to her side of the family that has the native roots. And so what I have learned is like little pieces here and there from things that she kind of tried to learn from her mother, who wasn't native, but had learned a lot from her biological father, basically. So a lot of what I've learned is piecemeal. And so I've been trying to like learn Ojibwe, and I've been trying to learn of the different cultural practices that were done with Ojibwe tribes. If any of you are familiar with the Firekeeper's Daughter series by Angeline Boulley, fantastic way to start learning some of the cultural aspects of more so recently indigenous people, especially Ojibwe. It's based in Sugar Island, Michigan. Which is a reservation in and of itself. There are quite a few reservations over the state of Michigan. Another one is in Mount Pleasant, Michigan, where it is, there actually is a university, Central Michigan University. They are called the Chippewas. That is more so where the Chippewa reservation is in Mount Pleasant. But Sugar Island has other Ojibwe tribes involved in it. I've never been to a powwow, although I really want to be able to go eventually. So I would, there's so much I need to like get myself more involved with my heritage, but it's one of those things where it's the time and the money. You know, I don't have that. My mom and I were going to go to Sault Ste. Marie to try to see if we could get to Sugar Island if we were allowed to, because there was like a powwow, I think, or something over the summer that we were going to try to go to, but it was private, so we couldn't actually go to it. So it is what it is. Miss the drums going to sleep to the sound. Oh my gosh, the drums are amazing. I found a lot of TikTok creators that are native, various tribes and stuff, and but listening to the sounds of like the drums and the music, beautiful. And when I was in college, there's a very vivid memory I have with finding my like ancestry, more so my ancestral ties. When I was in college, there was part Cherokee and Blackfoot. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's awesome. There was a time in college I had where I was taking a mythic course. I think I've talked about this before, like either in sprints or anything like that. I think I've talked about it before to some extent, but when I was in college, I took this mythic lit class for my degree, and we at the time had a speaker come through that was going to be doing like actually like a lot of native based things, like teaching native dances, stuff like that for like a group of people. And so because this person was already coming to our university, they came in and spoke to our class about native myth and stuff like that. And while they were there, they started playing this flute. And like they were just like, close your eyes and just listen to the music and see what it evokes for you. A lot of times music can be very powerful for people, and we place a lot of our we place a lot of imagery within music that is like super important to our culture, and it's a huge aspect of our culture is music. So he was like, they were like, close your eyes, see what comes to mind when you listen to the music. I kid you not, this was the most transcendental, ethereal experience I had ever felt. Because what happened was when I closed my eyes and I listened to this person play their music, it was as if I was sent back in time and I lived a past life, because images were extremely crystal clear for me. I could see family members that I currently have living within the bodies of other people that were supposedly, possibly from past lives or something like that. It was the most amazing feeling. Like, I remember opening my eyes after they were done and I was crying. Like, I was just sobbing. And my classmates were kind of looking at me kind of funny. They're like, what's wrong? And I'm like, I don't know. I just it felt like I had this weight on my chest that shriveled itself up and just kind of flew away. And I remember talking to the speaker after that, and I was like, I have never felt that moved by that kind of music before. I've never felt that kind of an experience before. It was beautiful. And he looked at me and he basically was like, yeah, that's usually a sign that you either have ties or that you, your soul is some kind of a reincarnation of sorts, if you believe in that kind of thing. And I was like, yeah, everything felt so crystal clear. Everything felt so real. It felt like I was just completely sucked up and transported back in time to a place and time where I was actually living as an indigenous person with my tribe. And they were very specific scenes too. They were very specific interactions, where one was I was standing in a field watching my brothers go hunting some buffalo or some kind of large animal. I can't quite remember, but I could see my brothers, which I don't have any brothers. I have one sister. But I was like, those are my brothers. That's my kin. And just watching them. I'm just sitting up in the grass, watching from a hill. The second one, I was walking down this path through the encampment. And I was seeing all my family members and my friends and their faces were so clear. I could pick out certain people. And then the third one was probably the thing that sent me into the crying fit. I watched a woman, a medicine woman basically, or a medicine person, performing a ritual over my grandmother. The grandmother that I have right now. My living, breathing grandmother. I was standing over her, I was sitting over her, and she's sick. And this medicine person is performing this ritual over them, and I'm just sitting there crying because I'm scared that I'm losing my grandma. And that was just the most weird but awesome feeling to be able to see that so very clearly. I have never had an experience like that before. And that was just through listening to Native music. That was just listening to a guy playing a Native instrument in a classroom. How else do you explain that kind of a feeling? I know some people could write it off as being oh, you're just a visual person, you just, you have an active imagination. And that very well may be. But I will never deny the feeling that I had when listening to that. And I still think of it to this day as the point in my life where I made the realization that there is more to my body and my soul than what I had just experienced in that, 19 years of living. It is insane. I know, it's so crazy. It was one of those things where I don't know how else I can explain that. We used to go to a music festival that had a drum circle. I love falling asleep to that. My eldest actually used to fall asleep at the circle. See, and that's another thing, is like if you are so comfortable in a place where there's so many people where you're falling asleep just based on the music, that's telling you something. Like, it is so peaceful, it is so beautiful, and like to hear the calls and the chants that they do, it's otherworldly. Like, I wish I could go to a powwow. They used to do a lot of powwows at Central in the fall, and I just keep missing it. And because, like, you know, I work at a school full time, I don't really have the ability to go to a powwow, and I want to go to one so badly. I want to go experience it. I want to go and be immersed in that. It is such a cool thing to see, like, videos on TikTok and Instagram of, like, these, like, people, their snippets of their powwows and the dances that they do and stuff like that. Like, the jingle dresses are, like, some of the coolest things I've ever seen, like, in terms of artistry. So, but yeah, came in at the right time. I haven't been to a powwow since I was a kid. Ugh, I love it. Also, speaking of Indigenous things, if you have not heard, there is a year-long reading challenge, reading thing, basically, that's hosted by Native Lady Book Warrior. They are a booktuber, but they mostly do a lot of stuff on Instagram, I think, anymore. But they are hosting the Studis year-long reading challenge thing. It basically is like every month you have a prompt, and the idea is that you fulfill that prompt by reading a book that is written by an Indigenous person or has Indigenous characters. Like, for instance, in January, I read, what did I read? Oh, I read Mask of the Deer Woman. End of January going into February, I read Mask of the Deer Woman by Lori L. Dove, which is a mystery thriller that is placed on a reservation with a person that left the reservation and then ended up coming back because of work. Myself and my mom's side of the family are Native. Yeah, my mom's mother, her side of the family is, her biological father was half, I believe half Chippewa, either half or a quarter. We recently found out that he was a smaller percentage than what we originally thought. But yeah, he's like either half or quarter Chippewa. So I'm like, I think, what, a 16th or 32nd? Like, I'm a small percentage comparatively. Like, nothing to where, like, I can actually, like, get any kind of, not citizenship, but any kind of recognition of that, I think. I have too low of a percentage of myself that is Native that they wouldn't necessarily consider me as part of the tribe, if that makes sense. But anyway, so for Studis, the read-along thing, the reading challenge, I have a book on here. It's right here. It's called To Shape a Dragon's Breath by Monoquill Blackgoose. That is my February read for Studis, because I'm trying to actively find and search and research more Indigenous authors because of the fact that there are so few of them that I've read in the last handful of years. Enrolled. Thank you. I couldn't think of the word. I'm like, I know there's a word that they call it, but I couldn't remember what it was called. Enrolled. Thank you, Lily. I appreciate you. But yeah, so I've got that one, and then I read Mask of the Deer Woman. The Firekeeper's Daughter books are great if you want to learn specifically about Ojibwe culture, and like that's by a Michigan Native author. If you're looking for, and if you're in the state of Michigan and you are looking for Native Michigan Native authors, definitely highly recommend it. And I've met Angeline Booley twice, and she is so sweet and so fun to be around. When I found out that the third book was coming out this year, I yelled and screamed and squealed. I was so excited. Like, I've been waiting for this since I met her last year, and I'm so excited. I'm the last of my mom's family that I can get the Indian status card. I think I have Firekeeper's Daughter on my want to read. It's really good. Like, it's a YA mystery thriller, but it does, like, each of the books in the series. It's more of a companion series. Firekeeper's Daughter follows one character in like the early 2000s, and then the second book, Warrior Girl Unearthed, takes place about 10 years after that, following one of the nieces of the main character from Firekeeper's Daughter. And the third book just got released, the cover and the synopsis, but I don't remember the relationship of that character to the others. If I remember correctly, Angeline said that the third book was going to be set more... Oh gosh, now I can't remember. Did she say it was going to be in the future, or it was going to be set in between? There was one book I know for a fact that was supposed to be set more so in the future, and then one book that was either going to be in between or at least going to be in a more closer future. I can't quite remember. She had said it previously in the meet and greets that I did with her. In my town, we have a lot of Colville tribal members. I'm not from that tribe, but lived on their reservation. Yeah, I know a lot of people that, too. They live on the reservation, but they're not a part of it. Like, they just live, like, really close by kind of thing. Like, that they're almost, like, in the reservation itself, but they're not tribal natives. They're not enrolled. I mean, Mount Pleasant was kind of like that. Like, there's a lot of it that is sectioned off of the reservation, but there's a lot of people that live really close by to that reservation, too. That I knew going to school with, so. Alright, with that, I didn't mean to sit and talk that much. I went from witchcraft to talking about being native and all that stuff. Hi, Bree! Welcome! How are you, my dear? I'm sorry I missed out on sprints last night. I was not really feeling up to it. I was so just tired and didn't want to do anything, and so I was just like, I'm just gonna go relax in bed. But yeah, oh gosh, like I enjoyed the conversation too. It's definitely something that like I love talking about, but I always worry that like I'm one of those people where like I will dump all this information on you if you like allow me to, because it's just what I do by accident. And so I always worry that like if I start going down a rabbit hole of some kind, I'm gonna like make some people upset. But I appreciate that all of you are in this conversation with me. I appreciate you for joining this conversation with me and sharing your experiences with it, because it makes me feel a little bit better about being a little bit obsessed with it, I think, in some ways. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and get ready for our next sprint. We're going to do a 75 this time. Let me go ahead and change my timer. Because y'all know I am one of the yappiest yappers that there ever yapped. So I could go on and on. I really could. I really, really could. So, all right, let's go ahead and get started. All right, so we're going to do a 75 this time. I am going to try to get through, I think this time I'm going to focus solely on reading. I'm not going to like eat or anything because I just ate my lunch. I do think I'm going to go get another drink though. I'm not going to get another cup of coffee. I'm just going to go get, I think, one of the poppies that I grabbed yesterday. So, all right, see you guys in 75 minutes. Happy reading or happy work, whatever it is you're doing. Hello. All right. Hello, Book Hermit. Thank you so much. I appreciate the love. And thank you so much for subscribing. Also, thank you to Donna for subscribing earlier today. I really appreciate you guys. Let's see what else. Hello, Lily. Reading A Game of Fate by Scarlett St. Clair. Nice. Very good. Oh, no. I hope your puppy's okay. Oh, I hate that. Hope the baby's okay. 27 pages left of your book. Oh, yeah. You can get that done in the next sprint. Heck yeah. Hey, Kiana. Got to 13% of The Wedding People by Allison S. Bach. Okay. Hey Hillary, started some laundry and made an apple crumble. It's in the oven now. Oh, I bet your house smells so good right now. I bet it smells so good. Yum. I love apple crumble. And now I want some. Can you give, right here. Just give to me. Okay, so I got to page 356. I have a little over 120 pages left of this, and not gonna lie, this does scare me a little bit about childbirth. I'm a little scared now about the possible problems with birthing a child. I know my mom's in here like, oh, it'll be fine. It's not that big of a deal, but it's a big deal. Oh, goodness gracious. That scene was scary. Oof. So I think I can probably finish this today. I think, 90 minutes? Yeah, I probably will get close to finishing. I'll probably get like between 20 to 30 pages left. Not gonna lie. I am not expecting yet, Kiana. My husband and I are planning on trying later this year. But this kind of scares me for what could possibly happen during childbirth. No, let's see. I finished Green Teeth, and I think I'm gonna listen to Loveless next. Nice. Very, very nice. Looked at the Audible 2-for-1 sale in the Amazon First Reads. May have figured out some books for the rom-com Swoonathon, and now ready to get back to my book. Hoping to finish it today. Awesome. What was it that you were reading, Kay? Did you say what you were reading? I don't think so. I'm not seeing it. Oh, there it is. The Highland Witch by Susan Fletcher. Okay. Cool. Yeah, no, I just read a really terrifying scene involving childbirth in this book, which I'm just like, ah. My midwife was amazing, though. Hospital birth. My clinic had midwives. Oh, that's nice. I just found out, actually this past week, that 2 of my cousins are pregnant, and are pregnant around the same time. Like, they could be having kids around the same time frame. And if my husband and I are trying for kids later this year, we're going to be having a lot of babies in my family in the next year. And that's exciting. But yeah, I'm a little terrified of childbirth. I will not lie. I've always have been, but that scene in Witchcraft for Wayward Girls really terrified me a little bit. Oh yeah, good luck on your journey. What helped me? Epidural. Yeah, I've heard epidural is like a godsend for a lot of people. So I don't know necessarily how I want to do it. But we'll see. Lots of scary things that can happen, but most usually don't. But better to be aware than go in totally blind, at least for babies. Not books. I like going in blind there. Sometimes I like doing that too. Yeah. I had my daughter 2 hours after my sister had her son. Really? That's so cool. That is amazing. I love that. Yeah, I have, so I had one cousin who has 2 girls, and they're about 2.5 years apart, almost. I have another cousin who just had a baby in September, and she's pregnant again. And I have one cousin who just found out, well, not just found out, she's known she's pregnant and she's past her first trimester, but she just announced it to our family yesterday. Labor can be hard and painful, but usually mostly forgotten the moment you see your baby. That's what my mom has said, is that the labor is the thing you just forget about super easily, especially after the baby's born. Like, it's easier to forget the labor than it is to, like, remember it. Like, it's easier to move past it. It was cool, but I was scared she would be upset with me. Let's just say if I did not go to the hospital when I did, I would have had her in my kitchen. Oh no. That is not good. Yikes. Yeah, I hope that when I get pregnant and when I'm in labor, I hope that I would rather be induced than go into labor very suddenly at home. And especially, like, if it's in the middle of the winter, you know, if I end up giving birth in the middle of the winter, I would rather be induced than go into labor at home and then have a hard time getting to the hospital kind of thing. Like, that would probably be my worst nightmare, to be completely honest, because I need a little bit of control in some situations, so I would much prefer, I think, to be induced. Had my son on the day of my sister's baby shower. My son and niece are 2 weeks apart. Really? Wow. My cousin had her baby in her bathroom. Firemen delivered a baby girl. They said it was their first time. Oh my gosh. Dang. See, that's the kind of thing that I'm terrified of too, is like, I am so, like, truthfully, I am so scared of going into labor, being alone when I'm in labor, like my husband not being home or anything like that, and then not being able to make it to the hospital in time and having the baby either in my house or in a car, something like that. Like, those are three things I am not really keen on. If I am able to have complete control of the situation to some extent, I'd rather be induced. Go to the hospital, know that I'm coming out with a baby, and just let it all go from there. I don't want to deal with the uncertainties. I remember it, but not the pain. I remember I was in pain, and then I smacked the nurse that kept petting my face. Then I wanted to kick the doctor that said I had to be quiet. My babies are beautiful. Oh, I'm so glad. Yeah, my mom, I remember, told me, when I first asked her about when I was born, she said that, so first of all, she went into labor when she and my dad were at my grandparents' house. She went into labor, they got to the hospital, and my dad apparently was trying to, like, you know, rub her back and everything, and she's got him, like, right here, and she's like, it took all my willpower, the little that I had, considering I was in the middle of labor, to not put your father in a complete headlock and just keep him there the whole time and cut off his breathing. It's like, yeah. That was her second baby. Luckily, she wasn't home alone. Oh, good. I'm glad she wasn't. I was too. I wasn't blue, but I wasn't breathing when I was born, apparently. So my mom went into labor, and they found out that my heart rate was going down. So they're like, you need to push. And my mom said, apparently, that she's like, what do you mean? I thought I was going to tell you when I was going to push. And so what happened was she pushed me out, but I wasn't breathing. And I don't remember, like, I think it was because the amniotic fluid that surrounds the baby, I think I had breathed that in at some point. And so I wasn't breathing, and so they whisked me away. And so for the first 4 hours of my life, my mother did not get to really even be able to hold me at all. Like, I was out, they cut the umbilical cord, and off I went. And my mom swears that because my birth was so anxiety-inducing and put her in such a panic, that it's possibly why I have a anxiety disorder now. And why I'm always so anxious about everything. I mean, who's to say? Nature versus nurture. Which came first, you know? I was induced for 2, and they induced me around 7 a.m. both times, and both times about 11:30 p.m. when they were born. I mean, yeah, I feel like that's kind of par for the course. Like, it's very rare. Like, my mom said for me that it was 4 hours from when her water broke that I was born. Like, it took 4 hours. I feel like it's normal for it to be longer than that. Cord was wrapped around my throat, and the doctor kept on trying to pull, which I was coming feet. Oh, feet first. Yikes. Yeah, that's no good. Well, thank you, Donna. Yes, I am lucky to be here. I'm very happy to be here. Yeah, and yesterday, I was fine yesterday. But, no, it's so interesting, too, because my mom, she's a school social worker, and so she swears that when I was born, because I was born in such a high-intense situation, that it contributes somehow to my anxiety and, like, why I've always been super anxious ever since I was a kid. Because my sister, she was induced, cis came out perfectly fine, no issues, nothing, and my sister is, like, probably one of the most chill people that there is. I mean, she has her moments, just like anyone else, right? But my sister is, like, the complete antithesis of me, where, like, if I am way up here with my anxiety, my sister is the one that brings me back down. One of the few people that does. She knows how to handle me because she's lived with me for so long. I had to go back to the hospital a few days as I had a pneumonia for 2 weeks. I also still have the mark on my throat. Really? Like you have not is it, do they call it a birthmark, or was it like scarring? That's interesting. Yeah, anxiety squad. Whoop, whoop. I think that's most of us out here. We're all anxious little beans. Doctor said it would only take a few hours, so the over 12 was rough, more so than that they won't let you eat. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, that would be rough. You can't eat. No, you're just in pain. Boy, I would be cranky. I don't even think I'd want my husband to be in the room. I'd be like, get out of here, I'm gonna tear your head off, kind of thing. Like, that would not be fun. I can imagine. That would not be fun at all. My goodness. Now, as terrifying as all the things involved in it can be, and I have some friends who have had miscarriages, I've had family members who've had that, I've had people I know that have bled extensively from giving birth and almost died. All of that aside, I'm so excited to be able to have a baby. Your fingers crossed for me. I'm hoping to get pregnant this year, and it'll be interesting because I'll also, if I get pregnant this year, I'll be finishing out my master's program while pregnant. That's pretty tough to deal with. So, my husband is the only one to help my anxiety, as I've been with him for almost 18 years. Oh, that's wonderful. That's beautiful. My husband and I, like, we've been married for 4 years, but we've been together for 10. Like, we started dating when we were in late high school. We've been friends since we were in middle school. But we started dating my senior year, his junior year of high school, and we've been together ever since. And we got married on October 2020, on Halloween 2020. So we've been together for a while, and honestly, this was a conversation too. Like, having kids was a conversation that actually took quite a few years for us to both to kind of come around to, because we at first kind of were thinking about, wanting kids, and then I went through a few years ago a really bad mental breakdown over the summer, and it was a mental breakdown where I was like, I never want to have kids, and and all these things, and like, it tore my husband apart. Like, it was bad. It was a really, really bad year for me that year. Mentally, and I finally got myself checked out. I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and anxiety, and once I started getting on the right medications and started figuring things out and going through actual extensive therapy that I needed to, like, I started to actually be feeling better, and I realized it wasn't that I didn't want kids. There was just a lot of fear surrounding around it, and I was afraid of my kids being in a situation of, like, having a mentally ill mom in the most negative way possible. But I learned a lot about myself in the last few years too, to where I'm capable of handling it. And especially being in an elementary school setting, I love kids. I always have loved kids. I've loved teaching. I've loved, having kids around. I used to nanny for a little girl who, from the time she was like 1.5 to 8 years old almost. And so like, I always knew I wanted kids. It was just one of those things where like I just had like such a really bad, I was in a really bad place in my life that I thought that I wasn't capable of having kids. And now I'm in a place where I like, both my husband and I are like, okay, we're finally in a place where we feel comfortable enough with the idea of bringing in a life into this world. We just are now waiting on the insurance. Like we're waiting on his new insurance from work to kick in before we actually start, which kicks in about April. The stories can be scary, but all well worth it. I would not change a thing. I'm sure. My friend's parents got married on Halloween too. Yeah, we decided Halloween because it's our favorite holiday, both of us, and our actual dating anniversary is November 5th. So it kind of like just worked out. We couldn't do it on November 5th because that was going to be during the week. And the weekend before our dating anniversary was Halloween. So we were like, okay, let's just do that. That works out. We love the holiday. It's a great time to celebrate. It was really, really nice. It was also during COVID, which made things really difficult. Truth be told, 2 months before my wedding, my original venue went bankrupt, and I had a bit of a mental breakdown with that. One of the first signs that I probably should have gone through more of the extensive therapy that I needed, and I wasn't getting it at the time. And I was not on the right medications at that time either. But that was kind of the start of my really poor mental health. I already had pretty bad mental health per se when I was like in college and high school, but like that tanked it. And then for the next couple of years, it was like bad because I was unmedicated or not taking the right meds. I wasn't going through the kind of therapy I needed to go through. And I wasn't, because of that, being honest with myself about a lot of things that were going on in my life, a lot of the things that were, I was struggling with, I got married 2011. Reminds me when my mom got married. I don't remember the day, but she was a fairy and her man was the devil, and they had a hearse to car to drive them. That's so fun. Progress after so much is truly amazing. I agree. Yeah, like, to look at me now compared to even, like, if you look even at my content from now compared to even a few years ago, for those of you that have been around for a while, you can see the shift in mood, the shift in energy. I remember vividly filming some things and being like, I have no energy for this. I'm just putting on a face at this point. Whereas now, like, I actually feel like you guys see the whole me, especially during live streams. Y'all see the real me in terms of, like, my goofiness, this, that, and the other. Whereas, like, even, like, 4 years ago, I was very much still operating with a mask on because of the fact that I wasn't handling and wasn't dealing with some of the things that I was dealing with, that I needed to deal with, like past trauma and self-image issues. And don't get me wrong, I still have self-image issues. That's never going to go away. But like yesterday, for example, I did a little bit of makeup for the first time in forever. And I did a little bit of filming for my vlog. And I actually felt good about myself. I actually felt like, oh my gosh, like I looked really pretty and all these things. And now today, my hair's kind of curly because I did a heatless curler thing, and I like how it looks, and I like how I look. I feel like today I look pretty decent, but there were a lot of days when I was like hiding from the bathroom mirror, like I couldn't look at myself because all I saw was a blob, it felt like. So to see the progress that I made in even just a few years is astounding. And like, I'm just really glad that I got on the right medications. I figured out really what it is that I've been dealing with my mood swings and like the aspects of mania and aspects of depression that I go through, and like how to really work with them and combat them. And I've also found that like my community has been a lot better. The community I keep is a lot healthier. It's a lot more positive for me personally. Like having Bree and Brandy and Adrian and, you know, my group, right? The people I talk with almost every day, having them too as a support system has been really amazing, because I used to be one of those people where, I was afraid of making friends. I was afraid of putting myself out there and hoping that somebody would, you know, take me for who I am, because I'd been burned so many times, or I'd been forgotten by so many people over the course of my life. And so like it became really hard, especially in college. It was really hard for me to maintain friendships, because I was like, it kind of was one of those things where like I was subconsciously rejecting people before they could reject me, and that wasn't healthy. And then I left college and I started, like, at that time when I was in college, I started my YouTube channel and all this stuff, and then I got out of college and my husband and I moved in together, and, you know, like, you can, when I started actually, like, communicating with other groups of people that I met through YouTube and stuff, my community became a little bit stronger. And now I have, like, some of my best friends are people that I met through YouTube. I mean, I've got, like, Bree, Brandy, I've got Adrian, I've got my friend Adri, Liv, my Battle of the Bookish friends. You know, it's just crazy to think how, especially considering how long I've been on YouTube, that in the last 9 years now, as of tomorrow, oh my God, as of tomorrow, I'll have been on YouTube for 9 years. Holy shit. I totally forgot. Tomorrow's my YouTube anniversary. That is so cool. Oh my gosh, I love that. But yeah, in the last 9 years, like, I feel like I've grown so much as a person, and I'm so grateful for every single one of you that come and hang out with me on my sprints, and come out and hang out with me on my other live streams, and come hang out with my friends and I. Like, I'm so grateful for every single one of you, truthfully. Y'all make me feel like I actually am worth something in the world. And that's a really good feeling. So, okay, we're gonna stop with the sappiness. Let's see. Managed to get agoraphobia during COVID. I could not leave my house in the last year and a half. I've been trying to get myself out. Baby steps. Baby steps, Donna. You take it as you can. Don't force it. But I wish you luck in your endeavor with dealing with that, and in your journey with getting yourself back out there. Relate with that, Donna. I didn't go to my favorite place, the library, for like 4 years. Started going again in 2024. Good for you, Lily. Good for you. Ended a 30-year friendship in 2019. That one really messed me up. Twin sisters that were my good friends since 2nd grade. Yeah. I had a friendship when I was in high school that spanned 3 years, and she was nothing but verbally and mentally abusive to me. And I kind of developed Stockholm Syndrome with her. She was the reason for a lot of my insecurities. We're not going to get into that right now. That's something for me and my therapist to continue talking about. But I've grown a lot since then. But I can relate to that. Ending a friendship it's hard. It's really, really hard. I have a few bookish friends I found on here, but also the biggest support is my one friend I've been friends with for 9 years. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I have one friend from college that is one of my best friends. She's the girl that I went to go visit in California a couple years ago, and I'm going this summer to be in her wedding. She's like my only friend that I met that I have maintained in college, since college. Everybody else that I have friends with are like either they're my husband's friends that I'm kind of friends with. I have like 2 people that I've known since I was like elementary school that I'm still friends with and talk to sometimes. Everybody else is my internet friends. So, oh, thanks guys. I think I'm going on 8 years on my channel. Very nice, very nice. That's exciting. Thank you. Oh, Book Hermit, thank you so much. Thank you. I don't mean to get sappy on everybody and bring anybody down. I'm just, y'all mean a lot to me, and to hear your stories and like actually talk with you about these kinds of things is really, it's really nice. Like, I always love having the chatty bits during stuff because I feel like you guys get to know more about me, you know, more so than you do in my vlogs during these chatty bits. Only friend I have in person, not online, would be my sister's ex-best friend who became my best friend. Oh, yeah. My sister and I didn't really share a lot of friends. We also ran in very different circles. Like, I was in the nerdy drama kid, band geeks, choir nerds group. My sister was in, like, the jocks, kind of. So, like, we didn't really run in the same circles, but my friends always adored her, and her friends were like, oh, yeah, like, that's your big sister. Yeah, yeah. I get sappy all the time. It's nice to see someone be honest and show that life is challenging as well as amazing. Ah, thank you. Thank you so much. No, I'm a lot more open about a lot of stuff than I used to be, and I am not one to shy away from tough conversations anymore. Like, actually, funny enough, in my vlog that you guys will be seeing tomorrow, in my vlog, I have like a whole 20-minute spiel talking about stuff that goes in Blood Over Brighthaven that's like really heavy, and it hits a huge part of something that I have dealt with mentally for a very long time. That was like, you know, it spans like ideas about guilt and feeling like you're not doing enough and all these different things when it comes to trying to make societal changes, and how that can lead a lot of people to, or like, especially like if you go through anything like religious trauma, right? Or like you are brought up in like a religion for so long, and then you realize that everything they've taught you is wrong. How that can affect somebody and how that can mentally affect you to the point of almost unaliving yourself. There's trigger warnings placed in the video, you know, before that, but that's something that I never thought I would talk about ever. And I just sat here and I like teared up and I got angry, and like, I think it's the most raw and vulnerable moment I've ever had on my channel while talking about a book. So if you're okay with that kind of content, and you'd like to hear not just my thoughts on what Blood Over Brighthaven does and a little bit about the book, but like having those kind of more open conversations about mental illness, things like that, definitely make sure to check out that video because it's all there. Either we never shared, but then she treated her friend not good and we just kind of clicked. Yeah, I see that. I can see how that would happen. Need more people being open. I agree. And I understand why some people are afraid to be so open, because it opens you up then to criticism, especially from people who are not as kind about things like mental illness and everybody's lived experience being different. I can see why that would be scary for a lot of people, being so vulnerable on the internet. But at the same time, like, I would rather be my most full, authentic self anymore than make myself out to be who I'm not and then be judged for that, if that makes sense. Like, I don't want anyone to perceive me as someone I'm not. And when somebody perceives me something that I am not, I immediately get defensive because I don't want people to think that I am doing things that I am not. I don't take injustice and stuff like that very lightly. I don't take bullying lightly. I don't take bigotry lightly. And I'm not going to be shamed away from talking about these things that happen just because it makes some people uncomfortable. I'm not going to. That's not how it is. It's not how the world was. Sister's 14 years younger than me. She told me it wouldn't be cool if we were the same age. I was like, no, I'm kind of jealous. Yeah, I mean, my sister and I are like 2.5 years apart. And like, we used to get really mad at each other all the time because like, you know, I don't know, just, I used to get really mad at her all the time because I was afraid of letting myself be who I was. Like, my sister was very comfortable in her own skin. She's very comfortable in, like, what she likes and what she does and who, she, you know, whatever it is, you know. I, especially when I was a teenager, was very insecure. And so, like, I would get so pissed at her for the stupidest things that all came back around to dealing with the fact that she just liked what she liked. And I was afraid of stating what I liked because I was afraid of how that would make me look. Now I don't give two shits. You like me, you don't, I don't care. No matter what, like, I treat everybody the same unless they give me a reason to not trust them and not respect them. Bigotry being one of the big caveats to it. Oh, thank you, Donna. I have a learning disability, so trying to talk about certain things can be hard for me, which others could take differently. And that's fine. You know, when it's different for you to talk about something if you're not ready to talk about it, right? Like, if there's certain things about, like, your disability or mental illness that you're not prepared to share with people because you don't know how to put it or you're just not comfortable with it, that's fine. Me, I am more than happy to talk more about what it's like for me to be bipolar and have anxiety and have depression and have the poor coping mechanisms that I have. Like, I am very open about it because I learned that there's no shame in speaking these things. And if people are going to shame me for speaking about them, that's on them because they are not able to either comprehend, they're not able to critically think, or they're not willing to accept the fact that either they have it themselves or that they exist in the same world as these things. I am more than happy to talk about the fact that I am pansexual. And what does that mean for me as someone that's married to a man, a heterosexual man? I am more than happy to talk about the fact that I read all kinds of smut. I am happy and like what that means for me because of the fact that I'm someone who's also kind of sexually repressed. I also am happy to talk about what it means for me in you know, XYZ. Because the more that we shy away from the tougher conversations or conversations that would make other people feel uncomfortable, the less we get the ability to make these conversations okay to talk about. Like, people don't like talking about mental health because it's an icky subject and people don't understand it and all these things. But the less that you talk about it, the less likely it is they do or what they do or what they experience. If anyone comes to you and is like, please tell me your life story and don't shy away from the bad stuff, but you're not comfortable with it, that's a big no-no. Like, if I come up to somebody and I'm like, hey, what's going on? Like, if they're upset and they're like, listen, I'm not in a place to talk about this right now. You know, I need to sort some things out. Okay, sure. Of course. I'm sorry you're going through what you're going through. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Look how easy that was. It's that easy. I don't know how some people can't grasp that. You know, like, no one out there is entitled to what have to say about something. Nobody is entitled to know anything about me that I am not willing to share. And I hate the fact that there are people out there in comment sections of celebrities, of influencers and all these things. I hate that there are so many people who feel so entitled to know every single thing, every single thought process that a person has about something. Or they feel so entitled to know every single little machination of their relationship with somebody, especially if it's of a sexual nature. Like, unless you're in the bed with me, you have nothing that needs to be known. There is nothing you need to know unless you were in my bed with me. Or couch, or whatever it is that you prefer, truthfully, because for us smut readers, we could go pretty much anywhere. A little levity there for you. I feel like I get held to a higher standard than other people because of my mental health, not just from other people, but myself too. I mean, don't we all do that? I feel like at some point people with mental health issues, like we all place ourselves on this higher standard because of the fact that we think that we have to do more. We feel like we have to push harder because of this barrier that we have, which it's a barrier, but it doesn't have to be something that you even cross. You don't have to do anything with it if you don't choose to. Like, for instance, I get really anxious with myself sometimes because I think, oh, I should be doing more. I should be doing this. I should be doing that. Like, I'm setting this bar super high for myself in order to, because I think I can possibly reach it. When in reality, with what I have going on in my life currently, the limited time that I have, the fact that I have a family to take care of, and I'm trying to continue to build that family, that bar should be a lot lower. I don't have the spoons. I don't have the aura points, or whatever the hell you want to call it. I don't have all of that at my expense. So if there's a certain line that I'm trying to get to that I can't feasibly get to because of what's going on, I have to stop with that. I have to stop with setting that bar so high because I now, with my more enlightened mind, I guess if you want to call it that, or experienced mind, whatever you want to call it, I've learned that by setting the bar so high, all I do is make myself fail. It's more sustainable. It's more sustainable for me to set the bar a little bit lower and have these little goals in mind. For instance, my to-do lists. I make them every day of every single thing I possibly want to do. Most important things at the top, more creative projects at the bottom. I got all my homework done for today that I needed to. I would still like to work on my crochet project, do a diamond painting, and do a little bit of painting. Do I have the spoons for all of that? Do I have the time for all of that? Probably not, considering I want to finish this and I want to get another book started. That's okay. I'm still doing something I enjoy. The projects can be picked up at any other time. There's no rush on them. No one has a deadline for these. They will be done in their good old time. What is more important to me is that I read the things that I'm actually excited about. And then, like, especially if I have a physical book and I don't have the audiobook available, focus on the physical books. And then when I get to my next audiobook, I can work on the other projects. Life is all about balance. And it's hard. It's hard to balance. I know. I was going to say, got a little spicy there, but truth. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything. Want to be perfect, the perfect mom, perfect housekeeper, cook, etc., and I'm just never gonna be that. There's nothing saying that you can't get better over time. Like, if you're not a great cook right now, it takes practice. You want to be a good housekeeper? What are my preferred pronouns? She, her. Thank you for asking. I appreciate that. Yeah, she, her pronouns. I, in my perfect, oh my god, no. Bad Gabby. In my personal opinion is what I wanted to say. I don't see moms as anything, especially not perfect. My mom was not perfect. I'm not going to be a perfect mom. There's no such thing as a perfect mom. Any person that tells you that they're the perfect mother is lying. Because one person's idea of perfect is extremely toxic to 3 others. Take that how you will. What one person considers being a perfect housekeeper is a clean freak to 3 others. I don't keep my house dirty. I don't keep my house clean all the time. I have a life. I have things that I want to do. I have things I would rather do. I keep my dishes piling up in the sink for a week sometimes. Or a few days, not a week. A few days before I put them in the dishwasher. And I would rather do 3 loads of dishes in one day than do a load of dishes every single day. I'd much rather do anything else. Now, my husband sometimes has to get after me because I can be a little bit too lazy. Be like, hey, can you please sweep? It's been a minute. Okay, fine, sure, not a problem. Easy. 5-minute task. But to do it every single day? Can't be me. Cannot be me. Not gonna happen. Nope. Well, that was a lot chattier of a bit than I was expecting. How about, folks, we escape into our books for a little bit and come down a little bit from this heavier kind of section. Oh, hi, Oscar. Do you want to say hi to the peoples? Up. Oh, up. Are you going to come up? Are you going to come up? He says, no, Mom. No, but watch you take me outside. Oscar, say hi. Say hello to everybody. Oscar James says, no, 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 I'm not gonna. You can't make me. This is my eldest, for those of you that have not seen him before. This is my eldest boy, my Oscar James. Dougie's around here somewhere. He's probably sleeping. Probably in his cage or on the couch or something like that. Who knows? Buddha. Bubby. You want to go outside? I think it's time to go outside. Oh, thank you. He is my sweet little boy. I just adore this kid. Oh my gosh. I treat them like they're children, truthfully, but he's my little angel. He just turned 2 back in November. Bubby, do you want to go outside? I think it's time for us to go back outside for a minute. It's been a bit. Yes, beautiful Oscar James. He is my sweet little boy. I just love him to bits. So, anyway, let's go ahead and get into this next sprint. I gotta adjust my timer real quick before we start. We're gonna do a 90. Whether we continue past that, I don't know. We'll kind of see how we're feeling. At this point, 90 would put us at about 6 o'clock, so my time. So, this might be the last sprint. I think I might call it here. Aw, Lily says to enjoy your outside time, Oscar. It's like, I don't care, woman. Just take me outside already. You already said it twice. All right, let's go ahead and get started. All right, we're going to do 90 minutes, and I will see you guys in a little while. Hello. Okay, so I am down to like the last chapter and then epilogue in this. I'm on page 445. I don't know what I'm going to rate this. I'm leaving up my rating to Compile because it could be either a 3 or a 4 star, I'm pretty sure. But I definitely think I'm going to be reading more from Grady Hendrix. I'm at least going to try more of their work before anything, you know, else, like giving up on them or whatever. So, but the hubby is home and we're going to have dinner here soon, and that's basically all I wanted to do for sprints. Just a reminder to those of you that are partaking in them, I will be doing sprints on Wednesday starting at about 2:30 EST, since I have early release on Wednesday. And then I'm pretty sure I'll be doing sprints again Saturday as well. Yeah, I should be. So we'll do sprints Wednesday and Saturday. Saturday sprints will start at about 12 p.m. EST like today's were. And yeah, so that's basically it for me tonight. Hope you guys got some good reading, some good work in. Gotta sleep. Night, lovelies. Well, good night, Buck Hermit. Thank you so much for joining us again. I hope you get to join in soon with another one. If you want to make sure that you know when I'm going live, make sure to be following, have notifications on, stuff like that. And then if you guys would like to see more content from me, like I'll be posting my vlog early tonight on my Patreon. You can go and hang out with us on Patreon. You'll get early access to content, other kinds of stuff going on, stuff like that. It's all linked down in the description for you guys. But yeah, so anyway, thank you guys so much for joining me tonight, and I will see all of you guys on Wednesday as the dogs decide